Okay, hello everyone. I hope you're all doing well this evening. I'm doing well. Started my nice holiday season with meeting with some friends for a party last night, and now I'm here. I'm not sure what I'm going to do tonight. I'm debating on whether continuing painting the Space Marines from last stream or busting into one of the other models that I have. Like, I'm debating, do I paint up some, or not paint up, build some guard tonight, or I could work on the Seraphon or the Age of Sigmar models I have. I don't know. I'm open to leaving it to chat to the side a little bit. I could work on some Tyranids as well tonight. I don't have many from them, but yeah. The Great Magnus Glazer has returned? Is that what you're calling yourself? That is quite a name. I'll pop over to actually this one. There we go. So yeah, I am unsure. I'm tempted to continue also, like, work on the cosplay stuff, but I think I'm going to wait a little bit till I do a few more off-stream stuff. So yeah, I am like... I should probably just roll it and see... I should paint the Space Marines? Okay. You know what, that is one vote to that, and that's easy enough to do. I think that is easy enough to do. Okay, let me get them pulled out and we'll go there. Okay, let me set up what I actually need to, or what I'll finish painting, I guess. So for those that weren't here at last stream, we got the Hellblasters kind of painted. And then we got these Interceptors pretty much almost done. And I still have these Assault Intercessors to work on as well. So that's kind of what I want to work on tonight. We'll see if I even can get to these guys. We'll see though. Set that. Get this organized. So if I remember correctly on where I was with stuff, I finished doing the metallic stuff on these guys and getting the next layer blue done. I still have a little bit of metallic left to do. Mostly the cobalt blue for the shoulder pads and chest. I also need to touch up a few spots on the original blue and make it look cleaner. And also do plasma glow on these guys. And I think I want to make... I think I also want to try and make it look like inside these jets, they are heating up and burning, which was a little bit what I had planned. And doing some wear and tear stuff on these guys. And then these guys, let's see, what I wanted to do. We got some cleanup. Gonna do the same blue treatment I did with these guys to these guys. I thought I was gonna do the metallic, but I might skip that and do something different and then do the glow effect. Yeah. Okay. Oh. I'm knocking everything over. Stay there. Okay, what can... Thank you. Thank you. I try my best. I want to make something that I enjoyed at the end of the day. And that I would have fun with. Let's see. That one is close. This is what I used for the blue. Contrast and contrast. So these two need to be touched up. This one I can re-wet. That one I can use a little bit later. So, yeah, I'm happy with this chapter. I got some more lore done with him, like I talked about last stream, and all that. Kind of a sad bit to their lore, I'd say. They kind of, Oh, that's when you popped in and watched? That was a while ago. Okay. Actually, do I want to do that or do I want to do the blue? I think I want to do the blue for the Hellblasters. As much as I do want to continue these guys, it's better to go for. Sorry, I'm like still trying to figure out what steps I'm working on and where I'm going. Set that there. Yeah, I haven't worked on the inner circles in a while. I think I finished those guys up already. I might have a little bit left to do on them. I don't remember. I thought I finished them though. And then honestly, I should do the Space Marines. Nope. Where is my... It's right there. I'm blind. I should try to finish up because I want at least to, every year, have enough points to do like 1,000 point or 2,000 point game with. Nope. I said Hellblasters. I mean, that's the goal for the future, is always have enough painted to do 2,000 points, and then we'll work more off and on in the future, but next year kind of focus on another army and do that going forward. I think next year I'm debating if I do Tyranids next year or if I move over to Guard. It's a tough choice. I'd like to do Xenos just because I like the models and stuff, but I've been collecting a lot. I think I have a lot more Guard models set up to do 2,000 points with, and they got a lot more stuff that I really want to do. Having 3,000 points is nice. And very cool that you have like almost that many painted and stuff. And knights are always fun. I actually added a knight to my Space Marines not too long ago. And it did okay. It wasn't the proper game to use it. It was only in like a 1,500 point game, and it just was not enough. Tyranids are definitely, like, they're icky and buggy, but I love their look. Not all the Tyranids I enjoy. I like more the, like, melee-focused Tyranids and stuff, which I think is kind of a difficult list to do, would be my assumption. You said you just need to finish your Hellblasters and Infernus, and then do the base and some decals for your knight, and then you're done. Nice. Very nice. It'd be quick, but I could do knights next year as my next army. Nah. Not gonna do that. I think I'll do nights at some point, but I'm gonna keep like the initial plan of like, oh, I probably should continue that challenge I was trying to do like a while ago, like 1,000 points within 20 days. I think we're on like day 10 or something. And like if we reached 500 while in the middle of that challenge, I was going to add a night to that list and paint it on stream, but I have not continued that in quite a while. And it feels a little bit odd to like keep starting it on and off. It should be something I do consistently. With that being said, I hope everyone's enjoying the holiday season. I know we literally have like what, 4 days? 4 days until Christmas? Yeah, it's the 21st. Oh, that's the wrong one. I want this. I hope y'all are got some plans with family or friends at least, and are going to enjoy your holiday season. Even if you don't celebrate Christmas, you're at least, you know, doing something. What's up, Neil? Hope you're doing well this evening. Okay, there we go. Nice. Make sure you send pictures when it's done. I'd like to see it. Oh, it as much as I was hoping it'd be this week, I'd like to start doing a thing on Wednesdays where I call it Workshop Wednesdays. People submit their most recent project or I guess stuff around their workshop that they're working on, and we show it here off on stream. If I stream on Wednesdays, I don't. Will I be able to? Hold on. Hold on. What is the calendar? Wednesday's the 24th. I don't have anything going on the 24th. That is Christmas Eve. I'm sure everyone else will be busy, but I think I could do that. Hello, Paint. Good to see you. Sorry, I know you messaged earlier and I saw it, but I just finished my thought and I got around to it. Better not be a Bright Lord Terminator. Well, that is... Actually, that's cool. No, I didn't know you guys celebrate it on the 24th. Definitely must give old St. Nicholas a little bit of a break there. He's able to do it on a different day, not just all on the same day. What's up, JJ? Good to see you here again. Nothing too much. Just kind of realizing, like, oh shit, it's Christmas week. And as much as I thought I'd be streaming on Tuesday this coming week, no, I will not be, because I have a family Christmas party that I will be going to. So we got today and maybe talking about Wednesday. I also left it to chat, which it was I think the Warhammer Commander said it. I was leaving it up to chat on what I painted tonight, and they voted Space Marines, so we're continuing Space Marines. Yeah, it was the Warhammer commentator. That's who it was. The Warhammer commentator. Well, us Filipinos started Christmas 4 months ago. Oh yeah, that's right, because you're on the southern hemisphere of the planet. Your winter is during the northern hemisphere summer. So when we celebrate Christmas, you guys probably celebrate it at a different time. It's crazy to think about. Like for kids, I don't know if kids in the Philippines have a summer break or not. I'm just assuming. I'm assuming they do. That your summer break is like December through what else? Like you got November, January. Okay, hold on. How's it's not Timothy, it's Jimothy Big Backton. He's doing good. He's doing good. He's currently in storage, resting and preparing to take on his next bout of heretics or Xenos. And yeah, he's resting up. And then let's see. Paint said, he comes around 1600, and it doesn't have to be Santa. It can be Mrs. Claus or an elf. We don't care much as long as there's food, company. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, and giving. That's honestly, that is. I like that. I like how you celebrate Christmas. That's exactly how I like to celebrate it. I don't care about everything else. I just want it to be a good time and a fun time with people I care about and all that. Then Neo's saying he's happy. Oh, he answered the Philippines. Yeah, in the Philippines, it starts in September, but I live in California, so we start decorating early. That's right. You did say you live in good old Cali. And then oh, you're gonna have an interesting tree this year, then, huh, JJ? That was a this upcoming week. I'm gonna be. Oh, it's gonna be awesome for me. You're getting 3 character minis and a Saturn box. Oh, that's cool. I want to get the Saturn box a little bit. I think I mostly want it for the Terminator, but I do like the other models in there as well. I understand it's supposed to be like enough to do like 2 separate armies, but I just use all those in one army. And I don't think I'd even use the Saturn Terminator as like a proper Terminator. I think I talked about before, and I would turn that into like a Perturabo model and run that in my Chaos Space Marine army. Because I would love to kit bash my very own Perturabo model. But, you know, as soon as I do that, they're going to come out with Perturabo himself as a model. And then I'll be like, well, damn, I have this homebrewed, kit bashed Perturabo, but now there's an official one. Oh, paint. Is a Christmas special made by Disney? Oh, Disney. Disney back in the 60s, and ever since Sweden has loved watching it. Around a fourth of Sweden watches it every year. It's a tradition. And the Neo, you're getting Dante, a Judiciar. My favorite Space Marine model could be the Lieutenant with Combi Weapon. I want to get one of those, but I just want to run it like in the current thing I'm doing. By the way, I'm gonna try. I'm not even dare. Or Donald Duck is more popular and loved than Mickey Mouse. Oh, I like that. Gonna make the Judiciar and Lieutenant part of my homebrew. I like that, Neo. I like it. I love homebrew around here. We are pro homebrewing. The more you can homebrew, the better. Honestly, Donald Duck is a very nice character, in my opinion. He has gone through a lot of trauma, which is why he speaks with such a speech impediment. It's just PTSD, which is one of my favorite facts and makes me like the character more. And I think as a kid, though, I liked Goofy a lot more. As a kid, Goofy was my favorite. Now it's like Donald Duck's my favorite. But I think that's more just because of like the newer... Oh, I'm thinking of like... I want to call it DuckTales, but it's not DuckTales. It's like Donald's nephews, like... Was it Louie, Dewey, and something else? Like they came out with a cartoon about the three of them like being raised by Scrooge and all that. And it just built on Donald's lore, and I'm like, damn. Donald is a badass through and through. I respect Donald. I'm not sure. That is a good question. Paint says my homebrew is weak Nid Splinter Fleet that is stealthily hides and strikes when bigger fleets attack, so they can attack, weaken, and distracted planets. Ooh, yeah. Honestly, that's a fair tactic for, I think, Tyranids to do. I think for my lore, I think I had something similar in my lore, or mine was like, oh, my Tyranids attack everything. And I mean everything. Like, they'll attack other Tyranids as well. And eat them. And then move on to other places. And they like targeting weak opponents. Da. You know, as much as I want to make my Space Marines look like the box art, I don't think I really enjoy the box art look. I've kind of really started developing my own odd style with painting. It's messy and not super clean, but it's my style and I like it. It works with a lot of... I guess I could be doing gradient stuff, to be fully honest, but I look at it more as doing a lot of weird shadow and light work. Oh, okay. Neo has his own thing. Neo, with my homebrew successor of the Raven Guard, or if that's... Oh, or IF, that wear the skulls and heads of their enemies. They have been mistaken as traitors before, but they're loyal. I never like doing the box art highlight and edge highlighting. I edge highlighting can make a model work, and I do want to do it every once in a while. I think I like to do it the most with characters. For everyday, like, normal models, something like this, like, I do a little bit of touch-up here and there, I think, but, like, oh God, these lights, you can see the blue really easily, but then, like, the darker blue, just supposed to represent the shadow and stuff, or, like, even the black. I don't know what I'm talking about. I think I'm just talking out my ass at this point. I guess I found a quick, lazy way to paint is what it boils down to. Oh, God, that's terrifying paint. That is terrifying. I don't like that. I don't like when bugs make it full night. I don't like winter bugs. Winter bugs are no. Winter bugs are supposed to be like, no. Just no. What are you... Whoa, hold on. What are you talking about, JJ? They're like from the 50s? They're your grandmothers? I feel like I'm missing context there for a second, but... I also debated about making today's stream be like a terrain build stream. No, your message did not. Because I feel like your comment about the 50s that were your grandmothers is... There's some context missing with that one. I wonder if YouTube like auto censored your message, which is a little bit screwed up. I know YouTube's doing like a lot of weird new stuff that people aren't the biggest fan of. Like one thing I saw today is like, oh, they're like using AI to like mess with people's shorts to begin with, like auto edit them or something like that after people have like already uploaded them and tweak it, which is, yeah. If you put something in between, like you saying your message didn't pop up and that is it still not popping up? It's not showing up. The problem is a lot of people just rely on it, I think, too much. It's... AI or just stuff like that in general need information to create the answers or information that they're copying is what it is. They're not creating. They're copying a bunch of things that other people have seen or other people have done and recreating it. And you can try to police AI a little bit by like saying like, oh, don't create this or this, like with ChatGPT, but if you're smart enough, you can get around that. And I bring that up initially because like a friend of mine messes, like whenever we meet up, he makes some really messed up images with ChatGPT, and he has to spend so long giving it prompts to make the messed up thing. But going for like the company side of it, the initial reasoning and talking of it, it should be used as an assistant or help make things faster. It shouldn't be used to... It shouldn't be the main crutch. Like, it should not be the main crutch. Like, oh, you go and you use it to create a novel. Like, cool, the AI made the novel, but is it something that you cared about? Did you write it? Do you understand as the writer, like, the context of your book? Or did you just let a random thing make a bunch of assumptions? Or even using it in coding. Like, I know people have been using it in coding stuff, I guess, like I was already saying. And you have to go back in later, from what I've heard, and just refix, like, the code itself, and pretty much have just have a person go back in and redo the whole thing than what initially was there. So, but I'll change that subject and now respond to what Payne's saying. Let's see. Oh, he's talking about his custom Necron. You are saying that your Necron dynasty is a joint dynasty with a few others. After the Scarab Queen, your custom dynasty, Pharaon, has defeated Trazen. Oh, that's presumptuous. Now she once more, with her Necrons, form a plotting to break away and making her own dynasty a major player in the Necron sphere. Oh, that reminds me. One of these streams we'll be slowly moving away from the regular Warhammer stuff eventually on streams. Like, it's not going to go away entirely, but now that I'm like, I got some of the stuff that I need and some other little things here and there, we'll definitely be doing more of like prop stuff. And I talked about it on Friday. Yeah, Friday. I haven't watched the video yet. I gotta watch it. But I want to make a little, like, servo skull to also go with the Inquisitor cosplay that I'm working on, which is one of the other things I'll be doing on stream over time and other stuff like that. But I want to make a little floating servo skull and maybe put a camera in it so that if I ever do streams inside the workshop, that's the camera that you guys get to look through, so that you, chat, are now just a floating servo skull. And at some point, be able to talk to me and send messages and all that stuff. I mean, that's probably too much power. Giving you guys the ability to fly around and speak is probably really dangerous. Oh, she was defeated. She was defeated, and when they were alive, and so her dynasty has been eaten up, by his. Now with the Necrons' metal bodies, she's plotting an uprise to break out of the link, or Trazen's dynasty. Okay, I interpreted that like she fought and defeated him, and I'm like, what? We're gonna add some color in here because there is none there. I think it'll be worth to buy a 3D printer really soon, because some of these projects that I'm thinking are like, I could just start 3D printing to make life a little bit easier. But what I could also do, I don't know, I might also just buy some random odds and ends and No, that's... I understand, like, you were saying she's a part of it, but she plans on breaking apart at some point. Like, she's right now a part of it, but she plans on breaking a part of it. Breaking away. But I don't know. I got a lot of weird, like, not weird. I have a lot of skills or projects that I want to learn how to do here on stream, but yeah. I like that, Neil. I like the idea of kid bashing. Always kid bash, in my opinion. Well, probably not always, but kid bashing's fun. Mm. Ow. It does get the brain working. Like, doing just different projects and stuff like that keeps your brain active, I guess is the word that I'm thinking. Ooh, I like that. I like that paint. The little subtle foreshadowing. It's always nice when you can do that. Oh. That is a... Isn't he like kind of a large model? Talking about the Silent King and all that? I do still have the Necrons myself that I gotta continue at some point. Oh, for those that have a 3D printer and like model out stuff to 3D print, what do you guys use when making your models? Is like Blender something that you make and then transfer into your 3D printer's programming? Or is there a specific program that people like to use? Because I thought about getting Blender to like make some of the bits before and then like move it to the 3D printer. Not that I have one yet, just I'm thinking a couple steps ahead. Plus like Blender would be good enough, like good to learn some like I guess animation or CGI stuff for future film projects and all that. I think I've heard people use Blender before, but I'm not really sure. It's gonna be way too watery, but I'll use it. Okay. I'm going to have to pop the Discord in a second and check out all the stuff people have sent. Okay. And then... Okay, one more, and then I will check everyone's stuff in the Discord. Which, for those that are here and new, I have a Discord. It's completely free to join. It's just a spot for people to, like, show off their, like, newest project they're working on, or builds, or other hobbies and stuff. Like, yes, I've mostly done Warhammer here, but I'm into other things and all that. Like, I got blacksmithing as a hobby that at some point I got to get back into. Other little random craft projects that I've done. Hell, like, just, it, oh god, to stay focused. It's a place that I want people to show off and talk about their, like, interests and all that stuff. I know I'm not the most active in it currently. Oh, no, I messed up. I hit some of the orange with the blue. But yeah, no, it's just a place to, like, have people share their interest and maybe get some feedback or show off maybe some other artists that they really enjoy. Like, I think someone in the Discord shared a piece of art that another artist made, which it looked really cool. From what I understand, I don't think it was a galaxy from the way they made it sound. It was a star system, and the person took that star system and turned it into, like, a giant, like, woman with all the other asteroids and stuff spinning around her head, and she had no face. It was like a black hole vortex thing, and it looked really cool. I liked it a lot. I like when people take bits of bits of space. That's the word I'm looking for. And, like, give it human-like features, but still make it look otherworldly. Let's see. What did Payne say? My guard is a custom planetary regiment employed by the Sector Lord. So you have Kriegsmen and others. Yes, I do mean that one. I do mean that bit of art you posted. Because I've seen other stuff like that in the past, and when you can still make it feel otherworldly, I enjoy it more. If you just make it look like a human, I don't... You kind of, like, remove some of the aspect that initially came from the piece, or that came from the inspiration. I don't. That'd be terrifying if she was real. That's a cosmic being that could destroy our planet, in my mind. At least that's how I look at it. If it was real, I think we'd be screwed and all that, but that's just me. I can think it's cool, but it doesn't mean I want it to be real. Yeah, is that what it is? Is that like a picture of a planet like surrounded by like asteroid rings? Because it is a really like awesome piece of space. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Honestly, reality is so much cooler than fiction. The nickname for it is Sired on steroids. I love it. Like, fiction writers can come up with, like, crazy weird stuff, but then, like, reality will just, like, have something 10 times cooler than what anyone in fiction has created. And I love that. I love that about our universe. Okay, I got those done. I'm gonna go check everything. Oh, someone added me. Who added me? Oh, that's cool. I like the concept paint. I'm looking at your Necron sketch it for the Kid Bash you want to do. I like the flowing bit coming off the head. It kind of... I understand she's supposed to be female and it's probably supposed to represent hair. But my first thought is like a wedding veil almost. Especially with that pose and the stuff flying around it. The concept, gonna need like 100 scarabs. I like it. And then I'm looking at Neo's Terminator Captain. Holy crap, my guy. That is seriously some good grimdark stuff right there. I like the blood and gore effects and the other severed head on him. I love the scar over his face too. That's really cool. For the planet, if you remembered correctly, the rings are 100 times larger than the planet's radius. I believe it. I was gonna ask you, like, how do you plan on doing... Like, do you plan on having it be a veil? Or do you want it to be, like, a bunch of little... cables coming off her head? I think you need to be careful, Neo. It sounds like they're apt for being taken by corn. It starts with heads, and then all of a sudden, they start taking skulls and screaming, "Skulls for the Skull Throne." Okay. I need to fix this guy's jetpack stuff. I also think I need a little brush and do some touch-ups on a lot of things there. Ow. I did something to my shoulder recently. I don't know what I did, but it's not liking life right now. What else do I need? I will grab this one and this. Because I'm going to need these for the orange and all that. You know what, fair. You don't have to have everything planned out right now. You can certainly wait till later to have everything planned. I don't need a lot of this pink. I just need a little bit. I definitely say, have you thought about just like ordering a bunch of 3D printed scarab pieces? Like that might be easier than like buying a bunch of Necron swarms and trying to put that together. Okay. Let's try this again. Interesting. I feel like I'd be cautious when it comes to making custom data sheets for models. Because, like, you want your models to be cool, and I feel like a lot of times people will almost turn them to be, like, too broken, like, or too overpowered. What's up, Dead God? I hope you're doing well this evening. I think that will work for now. And you need that there, and then I gotta do your legs. You are fine, but I gotta touch up on you. And definitely some spots. Okay. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds cool. Oh, happy birthday there, Dad. I hope it's been a good birthday so far, and that you've gotten to enjoy it and do things that you looked forward to doing. What color was warp magic? Is it light blue, right? I think warp in my brain is always interpreted as being a part of like red, pink, and white. Is what I understand. Like that's what warp, like magic stuff is supposed to look like in my brain. You could also get away with green from like Age of Sigmar, trying to make them look warpy that way. But honestly, I'd say go with whatever colors you want to go with. If you think light blue is more of a warpy magic color, then go for it. Okay. Okay. That's not a terrible idea. Well, not terrible. I don't think it's terrible at all, period, but because I don't know much about data sheets and all that, I'm just going to agree that sounds like it works. Okay. Ooh, that would be interesting. try it and tell me how it turns out. Okay. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. You are on like the final level of Prestige, or Prestige. Is that what it is? I haven't played Space Marine 2 since I stream. It is a fun game. Her ability would be like giving advance and charge to a picked squad of scarabs. She could give scarabs +1 that hit. 1 extra mortal wound to their self-destruct or OC. Ooh. Should also have the ability to spawn 3D swarms each command phase. Would it be spawn or like reanimate? I feel like the wording should be reanimate. But I'm not sure if there's a difference when it comes to that. Okay. Well, so it's literally just like shooting out. So like with the Biovore, it shoots out a spore mine at a certain distance. She's doing the same thing, but within like I would assume a closer radius. All that, kinda. Also, I hope you are having fun and enjoying your time with that, Dad. I'm glad I got that correct. Okay. We got that. And then which one of you did I repaint pink? I painted both yours pink. I'm glad I found out that trick about doing like a pink color to get. So yellow can be a very hard color to layer on to a model and make it look good. And I've seen a couple videos of people using a pink or some other brighter color like that, and then throwing on, like, I'm using Imperial Fist yellow contrast, or you can use any yellowish contrast in general over the pink, and it gets you that more orange looking color, which is what I was looking for with these guys. I think I went with the brighter one than I should have, because I used a darker one on these guys. I like it. I'm happy with it. Let's see. Paint says summon 1d3 swarm units in your command phase within. Okay, yeah, 6 inches like sounds reasonable. I'd assume with like scarabs don't have the best stats, so. At some point, that's not a terrible idea. I think like the first time I streamed Space Marine 2, we had like the guy we played with eventually like joined stream or was in stream and joined us. Because I was playing with my friend. And yeah, then we had like another rando with us. The hard part I have with streaming Space Marine 2 is I focus too much on the game, and I'm going to repeat a lot of things I'm already talking about. Or just say like the same thing 5 times. So it can be entertaining to watch me like get crushed and failed a few times, but maybe in the future. That honestly wouldn't be... I've talked before, but doing a community day, that's not a bad community day one. Okay. Let's do... I feel like I should touch up with the blue before I move on to anything new. So I need my thinner brush. What is this? This is super detail. I think this is exactly what I'm looking for. That comes with the territory of kit bashing. I need this. If you want her to be Scarab focused, then I would definitely say giving Scarabs a leadership of 1 would be like the main thing I'd add to that data sheet, so that, you know, Scarabs could at least then hold objective. They don't have to do anything crazy that way, just being able to like hold objectives and then keep spawning more. I think that works out pretty well. Just a little brush. But by the looks of it, they're not supposed to be a very tough unit to begin with. Although having lethals in general is kind of crazy. But that's probably like why they don't have like a objective control ability. Is so that they can have the lethal hits. Okay, there we go. Do, 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 do. Oh, there you are. I'm not using the right blue to fix these mistakes, but I don't care. We can just say it's a little extra light that is somehow hitting these spots. They also have a second ability which gives them an OC1 if they're near. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. There we go. Any mistakes is just battle damage and wear. Or in weathering. Yeah, that's honestly very true. I'm looking at it as, because I'm using that, like, brightest blue. Is that, oh, the flames are shooting off. That's just a source of light on the armor. So that's why you can see it be brighter right there. That's in my head. That's honestly my excuse. That guy is done. There you are. I'll check that out in a moment. I'm trying to think about how to word this. So, I definitely, when I finally do some bigger workshop stuff, and I have that little servo skull kind of made, or like the camera for it. Is there a name that you would like to give it? Or should we wait for when it's done? Do a voting rank for the name? Because I feel like just calling it the servo skull isn't... Rufus? I don't like the name Rufus for different reasons. Tadpole, Chatty. I had to fight against 1,000 Suns, like, demon named Rufus. Like, twice. And I'm a little bit... Carl. Chatty. I like Chatty. Carl's a good one. Okay, I like all three of those. I like all three of those. Paint kind of sold Tadpole a little bit more. How's it going, Hi How? I hope you're doing well this evening. Let's see, any spots here or there? Yeah. Is it more information on your game? I'm like double checking to make sure I got any orange bits that I consider mistakes. That always takes a while. Okay, now we got... Okay. You know, kind of just like hit me. Should I do something about the camera angle? Like, would you guys like a closer camera angle to actually see what I'm painting? Like, I'm assuming you'd want something like this properly, but with better lighting. Okay, hold on. What did you just say, Paint? Trying to draw a drawing of a goth girl to another online friend who said he wished for a 6.1 foot tall goth girl. Why? 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 Well, I don't need an explanation. I'm just like confused. Confused? Combuffled? Confuffled? Other words of confusion? I mean, I don't disagree. Goth girls are nice. Yeah, honestly, fair point. Why not? Fair point. As I was just going to say, goth girls are nice. I try, Neo. Sometimes I don't remember, and sometimes I realize, but sometimes I look over and I'm like, wow, that's really small. Wouldn't be the first time. So I see you are a regular connoisseur of painting goth girls. Got it. Do. Have you done any more play testing with your game? Yeah, have you done any more play testing with your game? This is the second time. Ah, so you got experience. Nice. We always like a man with some experience. Well, I assume. I apologize for assuming. Not that I think it fully matters in this community. No, you haven't even done a play test yet? I feel like you should play test like your own game with somebody. Or even just against yourself and see how it goes. Also, I'm just going to skip over my previous comment paint, so we're just going to ignore it. I overthought something very stupid, so that's what what that was about. I'll hold him up a little bit more. And I feel that. Always feels like we never have enough time to do any of the things we really want to do. Okay. Now I gotta work on the cobalt. Oh, that's cool. You've done 100 drawings. That's quite a bit. At least it feels like a bit. Okay, you sit there. Now, will this brush be good enough for what I want it to do, or should I set it aside? I think I need to set this one to the side and pull out a different one. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Like, you have to get into, like, the right mood to do, like, I haven't drawn in a bit, and sometimes you just have to be in the right mood to do it. Like, sometimes I'm in the mood to paint, and sometimes I'm in the mood to do some other things. Like, this evening, I'm in the mood to do a lot of different projects and stuff, but I have to decide on what I find more important to work on. I can sit right there, actually. Why do you say that, Hal? Is it just a lot of stuff that's piled up all at once? And it just kind of feels like it's all kind of crap right now? I mean, you don't have to explain if you don't want to. I'm just asking out of curiosity. I feel that, Paint. I feel that. That's honestly, like, starting streaming was a way to be able to get content out, but now that I have you guys actually enjoy being here, or at least I assume you guys enjoy being here and listening to me yap and do all that, it makes me feel motivated and excited to, like, try all these things that I want to do. And have at least, like, someone of like some interest. It feels like I have a place to share my interests, and that there are other people that are interested and then excited to hear that idea. Well, I'm glad you're getting help, Hal. Like, reaching out and asking for help is important. Like, realizing that there are people in your life that do care about you and want you in your... That they want you in your life. And you might feel bad about it now, but it's a temporary feeling. You're going to feel good at some point in your life, and then you're going to feel bad again, and you'll feel good and bad. And that's just how life is. It's a huge roller coaster of, you know, dealing with your emotions, dealing with what you got going on in life. And in the end, just take each day as a thing. And, you know, just like how Payne said, you did the first big thing, and that is asking for help, and at least hopefully having people there to love and support you. I am then going to just move over to what Neo was saying. Swamp, have you seen the video of the guy who kit bashed a Space Marine on a... No, I have not seen that. I feel like I need to see that now. And like Neo says, always asking for help. Life is a cycle of emotions. That highs are high and the lows are real low, but sometimes we need to pick me up even now and again, and that's fine. Yeah, that's honestly, that's better than what I was trying to say. What's up, the Game Master? Welcome. Oh yeah, that's right. You were talking about your Persona 1 that you were ordering stuff for. Did you figure out the sword at all? Okay, hold on. I got Neo's thing that I'll respond to, but the first thing, I got a little bit of a whiplash. What, Payne? Have I seen the isekai into Warhammer? No, I have not. Is it something that should I see it? Should we take a detour on stream and take a look at it? And then Neo said, I just posted the video. He did an awesome job at making the Space Marine right. I will have to look at that. And then Game Master said, I'm getting the mask and dagger today. You're missing the GUN and the suit, but you're making the holster using felt. Ooh. I'd be interested to see how the holster looks in the end. Like, I'm curious how felt will hold up and look over time. Okay. First things first. I'm currently in the Discord just looking at some things people painted. Holy crap, that's a lot of Tyranids. That's a lot of bugs. Okay. Oh, I like the lightning off the big, not the brain bug, but the one with the big shield heads. interesting color mixture. We got some Leviathan looking, and then I don't know what the look of the other ones are. Are they Kraken? I can't remember all the color schemes. Oh, the Norn's cool. It's holding the it's holding some blood angels in his hands. I love that. Okay, that's good. And then, oh, I haven't watched it, but I have seen this video before. The Space Marine and Dinosaur one. That's cool. Oh, the Isekai one looks terrifying to watch. You can post your art in the Discord and I'll take a look at it. You're more than welcome to do that. Just make sure it's in the right one, because paint, I will say, your model should have gone into the Warhammer mini one, not just Lounge, but that's fine. And then catching up. For Sword, you're doing a Dungeon Wear version. I like that. God, why does texture paste take eons to finish? Honestly, it's always better to wait a full day, in my opinion. Maybe like 8 hours. Oh yeah, they are zone throats. And you bought some second hand, so they're all different colors. Okay. Yeah. If there's ever stuff you want to share, always throw it into the Discord. Like I said, that's why it's there. It's there for you to show off, like, your recent projects and all that. Like I said, I don't always get around to responding. I'm terrible at responding in the Discord to things, but I do spend too much time lurking in the Discord, just not responding in the Discord. So I do see everything that you guys are posting, and I always forget to react to it later. I feel like I want to take a second and watch that, like, on stream, but I don't know if it's safe to watch on stream. I mean, I'm sure it probably is, but... I wonder what you said that got redacted. That piqued my interest now. It's not that long. Okay. We might take a little detour. Like how we looked at the trailer for the Total War Warhammer one, which, oh, that was a good trailer. I like that trailer a lot, which I actually got some more information on that. Not that I was given more information. I found more information on it. Eldar are going to be a faction that you can play as in that game, which I think is cool. And it sounds like, or from what I saw in the video, we'll be trying to take systems, but like battles and stuff will take place on planets within a system, and then once you control those systems, like, they're yours. No, you detailed it since it was 40 seconds, was wrong 1 minute. Oh, okay. I'll check it out after stream. Okay. Oh, You know, I'm gonna take a second and I want to show you guys. Do not threat. I did not say anything the YouTube gods did not like. Okay. So, I know I showed last stream on. Opposite. Come on, come here. So, with the Inquisitor cosplay, and I talked about it a little bit, I found some cheap Nerf guns, and I'm going to use that as the main weapon for it. And I took one of them today, and I unscrewed it so I could take it apart. And I might put the orange thing back on, even though this is a good base as is. I could then modify some stuff here. I also took all the screws out so I can take it apart, like I already did, and I got the triggers and stuff out. But at some point, I need to either decide to work on it before I paint it or after I paint it. Because I do want to say, I want to drill this hole here bigger, or a little bit off-center here, and put a magnet in here so I can magnet to my belt, and then cover all these holes once it's screwed back together with plaster, so you won't see it again, and definitely do some detailing. I think I will throw this back on just to save me the time of like editing something, but I think it'd be cool to extend the barrel a little bit to make it look, I don't know, longer, I guess. But just wanted to show you guys what I am working on. That was some, when I had free time, I took the stickers off and took that apart. Actually, all the screws sitting right there are from that. So, I was debating between working on that today or working on some other stuff. I'm taking a look at Hi How's art real quick. He's done a bunch of art for different demons, and it looks like he made one for one of the humans in the game, which I like. I'm really tempted to make that Nerf gun look like a Absolver pistol, like the ones the chaplains use and all that. I really like the look of that, but there is one from Space Marine 2 that I want to make a little bit more. I should probably pop into the game and take a screenshot of it so that I have it on hand, and I'm interested to see as well on like how it kind of builds and plays out. I'm sure Hi and How is taking his time and making sure it looks good and all that stuff. I think he has a YouTube channel. That's probably how you can join it. I'm just assuming. I haven't checked it out or anything yet. Oh, okay. Probably should do the metallics on the Hellblasters as well. And then move over to the oranges. Oh, you're doing some art for Inferno paint? That's cool. I'll be interested in seeing that art once you have it done. I'm gonna ask, do anyone here play the game Path of Titans? Or know of the game Path of Titans? If not, I will probably blurt about it a little bit. Well, that's smart. That's smart and... Yes, smart. That's the word. I'm trying to think of other... I was going to think of other words, but... No. Maybe, but no, that's not the one I'm thinking about. The one I'm thinking about is, you spawn in, you choose, like, it's a dinosaur game pretty much. You, like, spawn in as a bunch of different, or there's different dinosaurs you can pick as. And they recently came out with a big update. So they initially had 2 maps. And they just released a 3rd one. And the 3rd one is more water focused, which I like a lot. Their main island everyone uses has a bunch of different biomes on it, and like a main or 2 main rivers that go through the middle of it, and an ocean surrounding it. And then the other one's landlocked with a bunch of like little lakes and stuff around. This one, it's like, oh, it's a coastal, a lot of little islands, and then some mainland parts. And I think I like this new one the most. It feels the most like an actual dino biome. Ooh, smart. Well, that's very nice if you paint. Also smart that you are saying you want to be credited for the work you put into it. But I played the game a little bit today before stream just to check out the new map, and like I'm trying to decide like what I play as. If I want to explore, I go with like a flyer, but I think I'm starting off as like the newest dino they released, which was like a Mosasaurus. And I think I made another character today, and that's a Spino, and I'm actually playing as the Spino. Like, you start as babies and you gotta like take time to do quests and grow, and then once you're big you just can kind of do whatever at that point. Some people, they spend time, get really big, and then they fight other people, and then once you know they kind of get to that point, they might start a new character. It is a lot of grinding, I will agree, but I kind of chill with it. When I want to have like fun with a friend of mine, we'll play as like flyers and fly around the map. and watch other people fight each other, and then we come in and then we start like eating the corpses. So we're literally just scavengers at that point. Although I'm working on playing some other dinos, and my buddy likes playing the flyer. Or like, yeah, the Ramphorhynchus, which is the smallest flyer. And I like playing his other stuff, and he wants to like fly around, help do debuffs on other creatures, and then I go in and attack them as like a carnivore and stuff. I will get on that topic in a moment. Hold on a sec. Okay. So, Peyton, you said you are chill, but you have some rules, and those you want respect. You also told me that I can completely use, or I'm completely allowed to use your art as long as you're credited, which I try to credit the people's art when I talk about it. And that I'm not using it for illegal stuff and AI. So I feel free to post and share and use the art. I will keep that in mind, Payne. I appreciate you giving me that trust and ability to do that. I'll have to get that in mind. Because I kind of had a thought of, like, sharing your guys' art here on YouTube or on Instagram. Like, with credit, like, oh, these are people, like, that are in my community, and I want to share, like, what they have made. Because a lot of you guys make some really cool things. You're way more talented than I am. Like Neo with his model he showed off tonight, that's a way better painted model than what I have. And we've had a few other people here. I cannot remember their names. But Hannibal, like with his woodcraft stuff, he does amazing work with that. I'd love to show that off. If I had permission and all that. That's the main thing. Like, I need permission and then, like, credit him with it. I think if I was to do that, I will shoot a large message in the Discord or something like that. Be like, hey, I want to show off this community's artwork. Like, send your art here, and then post like the permission here. Paint says, I have these rules for my creation safely, but I also want people to feel like they can show my stuff without getting destroyed or copyrighted, etc. That is, I'm not sure how to respond to that, but I like that is the main thing. Like, I like that. That is positive in my brain. That's positive. That's smart. Because there are a lot of people out there that will take art from artists and say it's their own, or lie about them actually being the ones that make it. I think the few times that I have ever commissioned art, which I've done it twice with one artist because I really liked their art style. I can't remember the exact... I think I paid exact, or I might have overpaid at one point. Not overpaid. I did more on top of it because I liked their work. I gave them a tip. Because I understand, like, a lot of people like, they want art and painting to be their stuff. What's up, Light? Yes! Happy December! And I think you mean 21st, unless you're over, well, I'm in the US, so I'm behind the European countries. So for me, it's still 21st. Put that there. But I hope you're enjoying yourself this evening, right? And that you are having an awesome holiday so far. We are just working on some random Space Marine models I have. I'm trying to paint up these Hellblasters, Inceptors, and maybe I'll get down to these Assault Intercessors tonight, but we'll see. Oh, you're all good. We got people in this stream that are like from overseas, and for them they're a day ahead, or the time is so much further ahead. Which, I will admit, I did start stream earlier today thinking about those people. Like, thinking about paint, thinking about how, just kind of like wanting it to be a little bit earlier so that they can actually be here and, you know, be a part of it. What did House say? You need someone that can make 3D printed miniatures for your game. See, I want some miniatures for free, but I want it... money sign. So the deal is to make the miniatures and you'll get all the profit. How? Have you thought about like getting a 3D modeling program and trying to figure that out, and then going to your like a place or a buddy that has a 3D printer? So you make the designs in like Blender or something, and then they go through and someone else prints it off for you. Yeah, Blender's completely free, and there's plenty of stuff to like sit and learn how to use it. Like I talked about earlier, I want to get Blender for multiple reasons. One of them being, like I want to do 3D print stuff eventually, and have that program that I can design it in, and then print it off in the printer. And then I also, because eventually I want to do some film stuff, not just paint Warhammer, I might have to learn how to do CGI or add animation into a film to make it more realistic. So that could be something I work on. Which, randomly, it might not be an entertaining stream, but I think one of these streams, or one of these days, we'll do a stream of like, oh, learning how to use Blender. Or like learning how to 3D model. Well, Paint, I will do that stream and you can live. Sorry, my roommate came busting in, so I had to mute real quick. So you can watch that and live vicariously through the stream. Well, you can also learn just by being a part of it and seeing it. Also, do you send her I just don't want the stuff I create and is associated to be associated with things that I don't want it to be associated with, like illegal stuff, AI, etc. I just want to be known as the dude who makes stuff. Ooh, okay. You have piqued my interest. You've been learning about film. I'm not sure how to pronounce that word, but has it been a, I want to say like fun process, or is it just like schooling in general and like, you know, you're learning stuff? I don't know. You piqued my interest. I want to know what you're learning about. I want to pick your brain for your information and find out what you've been learning. That's what I'm trying to boil it down to. With that being said, I will be right back. I'm going to go get a refill on water. If you are sitting down, go up, stretch your legs. If you have not had any water today, go get something to drink. Go get hydrated. Just go do something healthy for like the few minutes that I will be gone for. I will be back.
Yo, change that beat up. Here we go.
I am back. I got water. Oh, I apologize about that, Mr. Prio Master. I just got up to get some water, and I also came back with cookies. I know they're unhealthy, but they are mine. Also, what did I say? Yeah, 3 hours each week of movies, like camera angles, story creation, tropes, sound design, etc. How movies are made. I've watched many clips of movies and just straight up movies, learning the history of movie creation, what events that affect the movie creation and how film style changed between different places of the world. Oh. I guess I have to take some time and actually learn about this stuff. You've piqued my interest way more. I think I gotta actually now sit down and like focus on this a little bit. Not just in front of me, but the film project stuff. I think back to when I was in high school, like it was my senior year. And I took film class for the hell of it. And it turned into becoming one of my favorite classes. And I really wish I took it way earlier in my academic career. Oh. So he's passionate. He's doing this for the love. As you're saying, he loves movies and stuff like that. That sounds like a good teacher. Damn. I need to get off my butt and do some of the things that I actually want to do in life. I feel like I don't have enough time to do any of this stuff and I just have to do it. Paint, in your academic opinion, someone that is interested in filming and all that stuff, what do you recommend that they should learn first? What is a thing that you're like, oh, you should spend your time learning this because it will help you in the long run when you do other things? Love the craft. The first thing he said was you will not have to work outside of class. You will not have homework and you will probably not have an exam. Oh, so he's doing it for the love of the game. He wants to share his hobby, his passion with people. And spark your guys' love and interest in it. Okay, there we go. Oh. Nope. How? Okay, what's House say? House says the plan is I will have 3 editions, but for now, first edition is called War of the New Gods. First thing, first thing, I will make the rule book known as the Law of Hell. Okay. And then Paint said, well, it would be learning how story is created, but I would frame it first by vote of type of movie you'd like to learn, and first, what type of movie you want to learn about first, then start learning about that type. Okay. You know what, that makes sense. If you want to learn something, you might as well learn like the kind you want to do. I'm sitting here thinking, and I'm like, the type of movie that I want to, if I was to recreate a movie, but like in my own way, I would love Jurassic Park to be like the movie that I want to like learn how to make. And I'm boiling down like the movie in my head into what genre it is. I think a lot of people think of it as an action movie, but when you go to the beginning, like the base part of the book and stuff, it's a horror movie. So it's an action horror movie, and I feel like if I was to recreate it, I'd focus more on the horror and the messed up stuff in it, then I would focus on the action and stuff like that. Really get that sense of like fear and unnervingness. And what else from there? So, I guess I have to learn two things now. Okay. I'm gonna read House stuff and then I'll read yours, Paint. So, he said, second thing is he's going to make the rain books. They're like, yeah, they're the faction rules. And then miniatures. Or maybe some story and a lore book to the humans like the lore. I would almost combine your rule book and lore in one. So have like lore for each faction. Kind of copy what GW does. They have lore about each faction within their rulebook. So it's like the first part is describing what the ring or what your faction is, and then some lore on the faction, and then the rules and data, like data sheets for them, and then probably like how, pretty much how you can play them. I'm not sure if you'll copy what Warhammer does and have different detachments you can play as, or just like, here are the rules, here are the miniatures, and this is what the miniatures can do, and go from there. And then going on what Paint said, talking about his film professor, they gave 20 different types to vote on, and then he gave a vote about which movie out of the 9 you'd like to analyze. And then he said, so we voted at the start of the course, and now towards the middle, we will vote again. So the course is fully in your hands, and it's been a lot of fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Do you learn how to do some of these film techniques, or are you just learning like pretty much like film history? Because if you're learning like how these films were made and stuff, and try to pick up some of the techniques, that's really cool as well. But if you're learning like, oh, this is how they did it and this is the history on them, that's so cool as well. Oh, there we go. That's what I need. Did I? Yeah, I did go up. So now I need to do this way. Come on. Give me enough paint to continue. Okay. Learning to be a film critic. Noted. Noted. Also, how you can base your lore off of the rings and stuff, but you can work on the finer detail stuff. I'm not trying to add more on to begin with just all that. I just want to say, like, you can decide how, like, okay, your basis is on, like, the 7 rings of hell from Dante's, like, Inferno. But you decide if when you go to those rings, do they actually, like, how are the sins represented? How is each one structured? Like, you have this base information, but you're the final say. That's the thing with, like, with any sort of writing. Like, you can be inspired, and then you can take it and just do your own thing from there. And it could evolve to be something completely original. Wow, I need some light just to see into that corner. You don't learn the ins and outs of prop making, but we learn how to spot things and learn what makes a good movie, or what makes a movie good. Okay. So, Paint, if I ever do short film stuff and I post it, I'll be looking for your comments to be critiquing it and saying what could be better. I will admit, the very first ones that I do are not going to be that good. And I realize that, but I will have to take those and learn from there how to improve. And yeah, how, like, you love Dutch angles. I'm gonna have to learn what a Dutch angle is. I think, or I lost my train of thought because I got distracted by paint, but that's kind of like what it boils down with a lot of writing on you just deciding. Everything is inspired by something else. There's nothing truly original anymore. But you can make it however you look at it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. A non-traditional ways of storytelling like body language. Oh, body language is a beautiful way of telling stories. Oh, Dutch angle is a tilted angle, but that's what it is called. Okay, I will look up what that is in the future. I think I'm gonna have to spend some time like learning how to do film. It might be kind of, it feels dumb, but I think the first one I'm gonna do is a chase scene that moves into a fight scene and learn how to do those. Or at least, like, learn some of the basic stuff. And then I'd really like to do, I think, oh, an analog horror would be fun. Like a Warhammer analog horror. Be like an Inquisitor that's being chased by Tyranids. Oh, or demons. Oh, that sounds so cool. I think that's what I'm going to slowly build up to, is doing one of those. Also, for those that, I'm assuming people know what it is, but if you like horror, like horror movies in general, stuff like that, I would recommend checking out analog horror. It's similar, the genre is stuff from like the Blair Witch Project. If you know about that horror movie, it's a lot of found footage or dates and times of information being released slowly over time. I've seen a lot of people do dinosaur ones, which those have been my favorite. Where it's like, oh, this company is doing XYZ and recreating dinosaurs this way. Or it's like a Jurassic Park. It's an animation, someone's doing like Jurassic Park. Like, recruitment informational. Or like, okay, you work there. You watch this safety video and you're watching someone like do the things that you're being told not to do. You love the movie Iron Third. It's a romance movie where two main characters throughout the whole movie only say one sentence at the end. If you know the movie Parasite, then Iron Third is the inspiration for it. I don't know either one of those movies. I think I'm gonna have to check those out now. Okay. I think I gotta spend some time and write out a storyboard for the short film I want to do. And kind of plan out what I need to do from there. Iron Third is a movie where the main character says nothing, so be prepared. It is difficult. It's a difficult one to start with. Sounds it? Yeah, it does sound like a movie with no dialogue except at the very end. But it's as you were saying earlier, when they're talking with body language, that's kind of like the main pull of it. There's still dialogue, it's just not traditional dialogue. Okay. Yep, right up there. Huh. I just assumed it was similar to like a silent film until the very end, but knowing that they both kind of talk to each other, or that other people talk, just not them. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. So, I know there's been a lot. Oh no, I'm not done with with the cobalt. There it is. Yeah, so for those that are curious, it doesn't look it, I guess, until it like really dries, but I'm using cobalt metal. It's a bluish metal, or it's a lot more blue than the silvers and stuff, and that's what I use for the pauldron trims and the Aquila symbols on the front of the chest. I like it a lot more. I think it's a lot more of a cooler color. I've never really asked this, and I want people's opinion. Do you think this model is on the warmer or cooler side of the color spectrum? Because blue is supposed to be cooler, but it's such a bright blue, it feels almost more on the warmer side. That's something I've been slowly trying to learn is, like, I guess, color theory. Slowly as I've been doing this. Okay. I feel like personally they're bright, they catch my eyes and pop. And I do associate blue with being a colder color. But I wonder if that orange does kind of, like you said, tilts it maybe to the warmer on there. But they seem more neutral because of the black to leaning to warm on orange. I'll definitely have to take a look at it or be reminded of that film paint when I... Because I don't save down everything you guys say, and I really should. Because to be, like, reminded to go check this stuff out later is... all that. Hello, how's it going? Welcome to stream. I want to call you Toast so bad, but that's not your name. But I hope you're having a good evening so far. I'm just sitting here trying to get some models actually done. Close enough. How would you pronounce your name? I almost call you Toss, but I realize there's an A in there. And I ask because I like to get people's names correct in here, or I'll take a second and look at someone's name and try to figure out the best way of pronouncing it. Okay, so just Toast. Are you saying charter or like character? Okay. So we got a little bit more to do, but I just want to show off real quick. These guys here. I do apologize. I need a ring light. There's things I want to get, and a ring light is one of them to go here so that the light shines down. But the next thing I'm going to work on is the oranges. I know I did the contrasts with them, but I'm going to move over to a brighter orange now, and from there, I think I'm going to actually paint green on the guns as much as I wasn't going to. I'm going to paint, it's going to be hard to see, but like, I'll come up here. Right there around the plasma. I'm going to paint that green. We're going to keep this black because I've already done some silver on there for weathering. And then I think, besides their base, which I don't know if I'll paint the bases or not, I might keep them black just so that these guys are the only bit of color. Well, I do got to do the glow, or the plasma glow at some point. And I want to make it look like these are heated up as well. So I do have a little bit more on these guys to do. Well, thank you all for who are... Thank you to the people that are subscribing. I'm going to say that first. Oh, and I got to do the eyes as well. Maybe, for the hell of it, I should do white right now and get that out of the way before I move over to the oranges and stuff. Yeah. Do I want to use... Wait, hold on, what? Pain, I thought you've been subbed. I just assumed you already were. Do I do that white, or do I use the airbrush white? They're both matte white, just I know this one's a bit chunky. Jeez. paint. Are you... Oh, no. For some reason, I thought we were hit 300. No. We're at 260. I don't know personally. I think, like I've said before in the past, like I'm not really sure, to be fully honest, on what I would need. I'm so dedicated here to like Warhammer that like doing another wargame hobby would be kind of, I don't want to say difficult. I'm like trying to think, like, do I dedicate? Yeah, I could probably do like a little bit of a segment on one, or just like, my main thing is like, just, I'm a guy that paints models. So like, I'm not really sure like what you would be expecting. Like, are you looking for me to do like a review on Inferno personally, or are you just looking for like, oh, once you have models made, you just want them painted or stuff like that? Like, it's, I think, kind of hard to kind of say on that point because I'm not really sure. Just something. I mean, from like what you tell me here on stream, I think I try to get back feedback the best I can. I think, yeah, I think you're doing the best you can with your free time, and it's something that you love and are passionate about. Like, I can give you my opinion, but I think at the end of the day, it just matters on like, do you enjoy working on it and all that? Did that already dry? Oh my lord, it did. And for those new here that are like curious what we're talking about, How here is working on his own tabletop game that he's calling Inferno. It's based off the Seven Rings of Hell, like Dante's Inferno. And pretty much it's pretty much, it's not the rapture, but it's like after the fact. It's like, oh, there is no god, and now the demons are trying to take control and figure out which one's going to be the new god and all that. I thought it was 7 because of like the 7 sins. I thought it was based off 7. Is it 9? Oh geez, that's crusty. Yeah, that's some chunky white. We're gonna have to add a old. Okay. So now we're going to try this again with different paint. See if we can actually get in these eyes. And I can never seem to get these eyes right, ever. You know what? Screw it. And Seven is a murder mystery movie starring Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman. Well, thank you, Clownfish. I try my best. I try my best when it comes to the colors and all that. I'm doing my least favorite part, and that is eyes. Or at least trying to add white to the eyes. Okay, that one actually looked good. But to continue to read what I was saying, Seven... Oh, hello, Rory. You are distracting me, buddy. What's up? Oh, dog has chose to enter the room. Seven is a murder mystery starring Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman as the main characters, trying to solve a murder spree during the 80s in New York. These murders are themed after the Seven Deadly Sins. Seven was Brad Pitt's big break movie, which made him famous. Oh. I gotta refresh my brain on what Brad Pitt looks like, but I think I remember what it looks like. I think he was in a movie called like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, which that's a good movie in my opinion. It's a what if movie on like, oh, what if like these two guys lived next to this famous actress that got like murdered in the 70s. I've watched it twice and I still love that movie to this day. Summertime. Oh. Summertime, summer road. Yes, summertime. No, summertime for on the road. 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 On the road Time. Summertime. 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 Sorry, some of these songs that come on, I just can't help but sing along to. Because I just really enjoy them. Hey, time, summertime. Just wonderful. Just wonderful. Wonderful. How you are welcome to share any ideas you have. No, really, right now. Yeah, there's too much paint on there, but I'm just gonna take it and what's up, Bobby? Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well this evening. We're just all here chilling, hanging out. Talking about films and other just random odds and ends. Just here to chill and hang out. Okay, we're gonna set you over there. Oh, actually, no, I gotta get your other plasma pistol. Has it been memed? What color scheme did you do your inceptors at, Clownfish? What color scheme did you paint your inceptors as, Clownfish? That's what I was trying to say. My own lighting is fighting me. Okay, now those two can sit on the side. I can take a quick side detour and look up like the memes for it and all that. So what is the name of the movie? You called it, 7. Paint. I'm gonna ask, is it a scene with Brad Pitt holding a pistol in like a desert in the background? Wait, is that movie with the scene What's in the Box? Is that where it comes from? I have seen that meme before. Oh, Lord, that was a flashback. Clownfish, you said purple base, light beige shoulders, and dark metal trim. Ooh. I like that. What's in the box? What's in the box? That's all I remember. That's a good meme. That is a good old meme. The scene is tense if you watch the movie. But the whatever that is has destroyed it. Oh, the air net. On green, plasma contrasts the purple. Ooh. Honestly, green is kind of a slept-on plasma color. Like, everyone uses blue, like, for plasma most of the time, but there's some, like, other really good colors out there to use for, like, plasma glow effects and stuff like that. I know a lot of people use red and everything, and I said blue earlier, but I like the idea of green. No, I'm going to do green for actually on the pistols, as much as I think it'd be cool to do yeah, as much as it'd be cool to do that. I tried blue, but green just fits way better. Oh, a lime green. Oh, I like that. Oh, wait a minute. With a little bit of paint that's on here. No. Why not hot pink? Because I don't like hot pink personally. I'm not a fan of hot pink. But I've seen people use that as well, now that I think about it. Ooh, teal. I like the idea of teal. I don't think I can get his other eye. I think it's just a one eye. Nope, stay. Actually, while I'm doing this, I should be taking another brush and painting inside the jetpack so I could try and do a glow effect inside them. I need to set up my airbrush again. There is some like techniques and stuff that I want to practice. But it's like a whole hassle for me to like set up a thing up and then against the wall. Like I have to move everything off the desk to do it. Yeah. Okay. I only own one Chaos model in my 500 plus model collection. A Proxy Putrid Drone with a Station Forge. That's an interesting model. Oh, let's not mess this up too much. Screw it. We're going to try. Hey, there's nothing wrong with just owning 13 models or owning 500 plus. It's however many you want to own is however many you want to own. Okay, this is probably not working out like I hoped. Yeah, it didn't work out like I hoped. How long have you been into Warhammer, Clownfish? Oh, wait a minute. Now I remember. Yeah, we'll do these guys. Oh, yeah, you're really new to it. How are you... Okay. What got you into Warhammer? What made you want to go and like, oh, this is really interesting. I want to try this. I guess for anyone in general, this is also a general question. If you are into Warhammer, what made you get into Warhammer and why? You have many reasons, or you just have many models for that? Books are a very common way. They got some very good books out there. I remember... Or I need to find some new ones to read and all that. And... yeah, once you see like some people's collections and what they do with it, when I was seeing other people's collections, it gets me excited to like go home and work on my collection. But yeah, there's some really impressive collections out there. And having a friend to try and get you into it, I think also helps a little bit, because we always want new people in this hobby. Probably should have started with that up on the top instead of the bottom. View is from a Q&A video from a Army Man stop motion creator. In the Q&A, he addressed the hate he got for the Warhammer video he made, since people thought he was ditching Army Men for Warhammer. I mean, isn't Warhammer just like upscaled Army Men? Oh, that's too much. Ooh. I'll have to check out that one as well. You go there, and I'll pull you because I threw paint on yours already. Let's see. I got through some older books like, the Eisenhorn series. Dude, those are some good books. In the school library. Started playing tabletop because I like the hobby side and other model kit stuff. Okay, Eisenhorn and Kaivis Kane are some good books to read. Oh yeah, sorry. I started re-listening to the first Kaivis Kane book, and it's still good. I gotta start listening to the Beckwith series because I finished the Eisenhorn series. I actually finished that a few months ago, which that book inspired me to start doing some other stuff than just Warhammer painting. Like, I'll say it every couple streams, but, and it is in my channel description, but I'm trying to make a cosplay, and I'm trying to do an Inquisitor cosplay is my plan. It initially was going to be a Commissar one, but then I realized I couldn't find the right hat or the right jacket, so I moved in, after reading the Eisenhorn one, I decided I'm going to pivot and make it an Inquisitor one. And I've spent a couple streams. I'm going to actually grab these because I'm really happy and proud of these. Ooh. Okay, I will get to your comment in a moment, Clownfish. But I made a bunch of purity seals to go on to this cosplay. Like, just so many different types. Some made of paper, most made of cloth. I finally started using, I have like one of the official like purity seal stamp pins that you can buy from the stores. This is like the Death Watch one. So I used it to make some of the looking seal parts here. So those are going to go on the outfit, and then I got some other stuff like that I'm going to do as well. Ooh, I'd be interested to see how your Death Guard cosplay looks. No, I'm making an Inquisitor, and I'm going to throw it on wherever I so choose to put it. Also, I've wanted to make purity seals for a while, so I made a bunch. And then going to Clownfish's comment, he said you could try a color similar to Revel dark green mixed for the plasma pistol. Possibly, I could do that. Not 100% real wax. I'll go into what it is in a second. Let me just, I'm looking up the color that Clownfish talked about. It's a very dark green. But, what's up, Leaf Lizard? Welcome to the stream. These seals are a mixture of super glue, candle wax and some dragon red paint. Like all... I had a candle. I heated it up in this little container. Mixed it together. And then I poured it and stamped it. And that is how I started to make these. Oh, we got the final one. We are on the final song. Don't worry, folks. We are going for longer because I started earlier. Normally, I do 3 hours, which is this whole playlist, but I want to do at least an extra hour or so. But I gotta keep in mind for this playlist because I don't want an ad to play randomly. You got the Vespid Kill Team. Oh, nice. What's the terrain for that one? Is that one like all vertical and stuff? Oh, hey, he landed on his feet. I gotta let my dog out real quick. He's asking to be let out of the room. Not like let out entirely. Hello, Bean. Go ahead and be outside, bud. Maybe. Oh, you just got the kill team. For some reason, I thought you got, like, the Hivestorm box. So, like, you got the Tempestus Scion and, like, a few other guys. Can I do a lo-fi stream? Like, is that allowed? I mean, the channel that I use is in the description of the video. I know they copyright every single video because they have a thing like, oh, if you pay us, you're welcome to use all of our music, but unless you don't, then, like, they copyright it, which at some point, yeah, I'll probably pay for their service because they got some good music. I like a lot of their songs on here. Just the bugs, nothing else. Yeah, I forgot that it was just the Vespin. I just assumed it was, like, the whole box. Okay, we are going to cut your guys' music there. I gotta wait for the ad to finish. Okay, cool. Put that back. And we go again. I think. Yep. I played against Kroot a little bit. The person I was playing against, they were doing good. I was actually using the Space Marines for the first time. Actually, that was my second game of Kill Team, and I actually won that in points. That was a 3-way person game. It was Space Marines, Orcs, and Kroot. And I was able just to score more in points in that game. I lost, I think, like 3 operatives, something like that. I wasn't able to take out as many as I kind of hoped, but no, I took out a lot more of Orcs than I did Kroot. I think the Kroot would have taken me out eventually. You got mine before GW started putting tokens in the box, so you don't have any of the tokens. Oh no! Do you need any extra tokens? I could probably send you some. That's always a good idea. Like, once you... Kind of like, once you have characters that, like, do cool things, is usually when they, like, get their name. This is going to be too much paint. I can feel it already. Okay. Oh, no. I haven't played against the Thousand Suns kill team. Do they have a bunch of magic BS and all that? I assume they do a lot of, like, warp chicanery stuff. Oh, you got the Vespin after you finish your tournament? How'd your tournament go? Then, I didn't know you were in a tournament, but how'd that go? Is the tournament scene okay where you're at, or is it just still very competitive? What am I saying? Of course it's competitive. It's Warhammer. Why is YouTube, like, redacting messages randomly? Oh, so you were able to play with, like, a teammate. Oh, no. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully next time is better. And that you were able to learn from this and hopefully go into the future better prepared. Oh. Oh yeah, like when it's your first one, it's always going to be rough. Okay. Okay, hold on. I need to catch up. Yes, much warp BS. You think standard Space Marines, but get heavy weapons, spells, and things that make them teleport, ignore cover. That sounds really annoying to deal with. That sounds really annoying to deal with paint. And then you used your Bone Bros and your teammate used Imperial Knights. Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I for a second, I thought this was a kill team tournament, and I'm like, there's a knight kill team? What is it, like a knight's foot? But no, I had to think this is an actual proper tournament. And then Clownfish said, I have only played against Astra Militarum yet and lost. I didn't realize how powerful the guard is until I teamed up with them in a crusade. I'll get into what a crusade is in a moment. But I play Space Marines. It's supposed to be an elite army. I felt inferior compared to the guard. I want to ask Clown. I want to ask you clownfish. That came out really wrong the first time. What army do you play as? And also... Okay, going to what Hao said. A life I have been, a life I have... Oh! This is a quote from your game. And then 2 games we positioned well, scored well enough, but the dice were not on our side. Oh, that's tough. Oh, that's right. You were saying you have the interceptors. And then Pink said, I only managed to tie against him with a Necron team. The one that has the BS, that is BS and overpowered. Wait, there's an overpowered Necron team? So, I do want to quote on top of something. I have never won a game of Warhammer. So I do not have an ego when it comes to playing Space Marines. Initially, I thought I'd be a lot better. Or I thought I'd be better in the beginning. The only time I have ever won games in Warhammer is when I'm teamed up with someone else and my teammate does most of the work. I either take a lot of hits and I take the brunt force of the damage and someone comes in and sweeps up after, or I'm not able to do as much and my teammate's doing all the work. Like you said, you got some stuff from your friend to balance the game, but still lost because artillery. So was it a lot of like indirect fire that you were dealing with? That's going to be my assumption when you say like artillery, because... Okay. Here's the thing. If... When you play in the future, maybe ask your friend like, hey, can we like walk through and talk about each other's turns so that like you can learn, so he can kind of guide you through like what would possibly be the best option to do in your turn, and then he can talk through and explain like why he's doing what he's doing here or stuff like that. It's something I learned from some other people playing. They're like, the best way to kind of teach someone is like play, but also help them like go through their turn. Like if they're making a mistake, you can tell them, and if they want to roll it back, that's fine. My rule is that if I make a mistake and I didn't realize it at the moment, I'm not going to go back and redo my turn. If I made a mistake, I'm going to live with it and learn my consequences by it and try not to do that. Okay. Well, it's good that your friend was willing to do that. Or at least willing to, like, do all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, no, I feel it. Because a lot of my armies close combat as well when I play. So, mobility becomes your biggest problem. Okay, I gotta catch up on what you guys are talking about. And all that. Let me just get the paint off this brush and then I will look at that. Okay. Okay, so Paint said, Kill Team players hate that Necrons can revive on 0 EHP, or 1 HP, or 1 wound. And then Leaf said that he's won 1 game, but it was against a friendly member at home. Oh, a family member at home the day before the tournament. And then Paint saying, I don't like 10th edition anymore since I can't stack debuffs, so stealth doesn't apply if the enemy is bracketed, which to me seems BS. How can you now hit me the same, hit me the same even though I'm equally stealth-like? Before, but you are now even worse. Okay. Interesting. And then you said your intercessors took out 2 chimeras, but everything else just got killed by the Lehman Russ and artillery. Yeah. So, I don't know if you have any transport units, Clownfish, but you might want to think about getting... You can get a impulsor that can carry a bunch of regular little space... It can carry up to 7 Space Marines, and it has the ability for you to use your Space Marines and shoot them while they're in the transport, plus whatever other guns the transport itself has. And I was gonna say a Land Raider. I would hold off on the Razorback. I made this mistake, and it's just if you play with like other people besides like your friend and stuff like that, Razorbacks and Rhinos cannot transport most of Space Marines models. It can only transport ones that are with the keyword tactical. And there's only, I think, 1 unit in the entire game that has tactical. And it's the old Tactical Marine Squad, which either GW is going to phase out or they need to update it. I'm assuming they're going to phase it out. I'm surprised they haven't yet. I've seen no one use Tactical Marines in forever. Well, I've only been in this hobby over a year. But I still haven't seen anyone use Tactical Marines. I say this because the first transport I bought was a Rhino. And I thought I could use it with my Marines. And then one day someone told me, like, hey, you actually can't use a Rhino with these models that you've been using. And I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, because the Rhino is transport this and not this. A Land Raider's really good. I don't think it has the fire deck ability, but it's a really quick and fast tank with a lot of wounds. It is bad, so I would recommend either getting a impulsor or a repulsor. A repulsor you can get and have one that can transport 7 or 12 models. If you just get a regular repulsor, it won't have any big guns, but if you get the like repulsor executioner, it can either come with a plasma or a pretty good anti-tank gun. Personally, I'll grab... give me 1 second. I'm going to grab my box just to explain. And I do apologize for explaining too much over here. It's just, I'm learning. This is a mistake I made, and I want to try to teach someone if I can. Wow. So, I gotta move these guys. This is the model I was talking about. The only difference between the Executioner is the type of guns it gets. you can easily buy a Dreadnought model, take the plasma cannon from the Dreadnought model, put it on this, which is what I'm planning on doing for that, and then run this as a Executioner. That's technically you're buying 2 models at that point, but a Dreadnought's another good like tank model to get. It's not fast, but it's a pretty nice model to have. I love Dreadnoughts. That is true paint. You are correct. The only transport I have seen for NIDs are those pods. But also, like, isn't there a model that can, like, spawn Tyranids out of its chest? Isn't that technically a transport? Now, Clownfish, I do want to say, if you already have these models... Oh, yeah, that's true. The Redemptor can have the plasma or a giant Gatling gun on it. So if you take the plasma away from the Redemptor, you're going to just do the Gatling. You won't be able to have like a strong, like plasma's a decent anti-tank weapon, and I think it's kind of better on infantry because it has blast. Now I think about it, it's got high strength, but you can do a giant Gatling gun. Oh, you got me curious. I'm gonna look up the Redemptor's cannon because now I'm curious. 40. Okay. Redemptor Dreadnought. Data sheet. Let's see. It's got a range of 24 inches. Does 12 attacks. And hits on 3s. It's a strength 6, no AP, but does 1 damage each. Compared to the plasma, it's got a larger range. Oh, but the onslaught has devastating wounds. So any 6s you get on devastating wounds, any 6s you get on the attack is considered a critical and would be, I believe, if I'm reading it right, that's an automatic wound onto your opponent's unit. So that is an example. That's smart. Group order is always good. Before you order, I would go to him. Yeah, that's a perfect change. You can turn them into like a Predator tank. If he hasn't ordered them already, just be like, hey, keep the Land Raider, and then just get another one. I think an Impulsor is cheaper. God, I'm now looking at pricing and all that stuff, and I'm curious. Also, I do have to say, this is your army. You do whatever you want to do. I just like looking at the prices and the stuff for it. Yeah, GW had a huge price increase, but the Impulsor, again, this is different from the Repulsor, is $89 on their website. The Repulsor, I think it's $10 more. How much I paid for it? I paid $96 for it, so it's a bit less than $10, or might be close to 10. Let's see. It's one, we'll bring it to 90, and then 6 on top. So it's $7 difference. And then what if we do a Rhino 60? So I can definitely understand the thought for a rhino. It's cheaper, but yeah. Okay. I gotta catch up on chat again. Yeah. But here's the thing, if you're just playing against your friend and he's okay with you being like, yeah, I'm fully okay with you throwing in whatever squad you have here into the Razorback. Like, they're gonna change the rule at some point so that other units can be in it. If you're just playing against your friends, talk to them about it and let them know. But if you're playing against other people, that's where it can become an issue. Anyway, let's stay focused. We got Ando. He said, first time model painter. I was wondering if you could give me any advice for painting. I'm planning on doing Tyranids. My bad, I missed your comment. I'll get to it in a moment. Ando. And then Paint said, that model can't spawn. It can't spawn anymore? It can only heal? Well, there's 2 more Nin models with transportation, but those are Biotines, and another one, that's a lot of points put into them. And then you're doing the group order. And then, Ildar is how I'm going to say. Your last Incursion game, you thought it was going to be unfair to use your Dread Force Space Wolf list, so you brought Infantry Heavy, and your opponent brought like 5 SOP tanks with Melta. Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, Stop Motion, who I also call Paint here in chat, he paints Tyranids. He's a good one to talk to. I haven't painted many, but honestly, my advice with painting is have a paint scheme that you like doing and that you enjoy. Or, like, be okay with testing out paint schemes and models. Get good with dry brushing, I'd say first. And if you can learn how... Contrast paint is a big help with that. I'm trying to think. I haven't done many Tyranids. But my main regret with them is that I primed some of them all white. And if I didn't hit everything that was white with contrast, it would show up after. So it made it frustrating. But no, I just say be okay with dry brushing it, and if you want to be quicker, contrast paint, but figure out your scheme first. And then have fun. You're never going to be happy with your first set of models that you do, but as you keep painting and do more, it'll get better and better. Clownfish, you said, just saw the Discord, I'll probably share. Yes, fully. So, like I've said before, or I've said a couple times here, I don't promote it through stream. I need to put up things saying like, oh, I have this and this and this. I have a Discord. If you want to share your Warhammer stuff or any other hobbies that you have, feel free to share it. I want to see what you guys paint, what you're into. If you want to get advice, come in there and get advice from not just me. There are people in my community that I think are a way better painter than me. I'm just a freaking random lizard on the internet that's yapping and painting. So, like, feel free to ask for advice from anybody in there. And also, like I said, if you have other hobbies than just Warhammer you're into, I want to know about them. Like, we got a guy who is into woodcraft, and he shares his stuff. He hasn't shared it in the Discord, but he shared it, like, with me. And it's some really good stuff. I'm into metalworking, like blacksmithing, bladesmithing, all that. I haven't done it in a while, but that's the thing I'm into. I want to get into prop making or all that, and I'm going to share that stuff, and I want to learn more about that. If you got books and you're a writer and you're into it, share it. I got a spot in Discord for that. I want to know whatever cool hobby you have, I want you to share it. I want it to be your little space to... It's your own little maker space. Like, oh, I make this cool thing, I'm going to share it, I love it. So, share your cool stuff. You do awesome things, and everyone here does something awesome. And you always make something awesome. That's my main message when it comes to doing this. I know I'm sounding aggressive, but I'm getting excited. I'm happy and excited. I want to see your cool shit. Yes, Dead. I am now done with the white on the minis. Wait a minute, I take it back. No, I'm not. I still gotta do more white on the backpacks. I spent too much time yapping. It's just you all make cool stuff, and you all talk about cool things. And I want to know about it. And if I can help you, I can help you. I can't promise I can help, but I'll try my best. Paint, share them. I want to see them. Also, enjoy the rest of your evening, man. I am sure it's super late for you or early in the morning. Get some rest. I want to clean this off. This is not looking that good. 3 o'clock in the morning for you, bud. Oh, geez. Yeah, get some rest. I'll try to do some more earlier ones in the future like I did tonight for my overseas friends. You know, some cool weathering effects are always good on a model. It's not easy to see, but I try to do... You really can't see it on this. I need better lighting, but I try to do some, like, silvering on models. Like, on the guns, I did some silvering. Like, they got scratch and stuff. I did it around these. Hold that upside down, and then okay, we got that. We're just gonna smother that in there. Ooh, I haven't tried any of the Vallejo stuff yet. Actually, I think the only Vallejo thing I've used is their texture paste, which is really good texture paste. I'm a big fan of it. But I do want to try some of their stuff in the future. It's just hard for me because they don't have a huge color range. Like, that's why I like Army Painter a little bit more. They got a lot of different little colors, and I can kind of see the gradual design and stuff like that. But I should try some other ones. There's definitely one out there that I think you're like meant to mix and put together. Okay, we got that all done. Now I can put the cap on that. Next time I go to my local game store, I'll check out Vallejo's colors again and see if there's any that I'm interested in. Although I've really kind of got all the colors I use, I think, for the most part. Okay, with that being said, I need to grab... We're not doing the glow parts yet. Not that one. Ah, okay. I'm going to use some Angel Green for the guns. I really like using that. And maybe I'll use some green skin. So yeah, like I said, what I'm using is Angel Green for some of the gun parts on here, just below where it gets bright. Magenta? Ooh. Might do that. I don't think I have a magenta. This is the only, like, magenta color I have, and it's really bright. I did all this as white to then do a contrast paint on it, so I don't think I have a contrast magenta. I have a very, like, light, watery blue contrast, like, that I might throw on there. But I can certainly try magenta. Yes. Yes, I can do that. That's why I also put everything on a wet palette on the side here. So I can try and dilute the paint the best I can. So just to show you guys, that's where I'm putting the green on, and that's the only spot that I'm doing green on these guns. I just like having green there. I paint my Marines in my 3 favorite colors. interesting. So I was just reading what Ildar just said in chat. It kind of reminds me of like the grime effect people will do, where they like cover everything in like a really thick grime and then go in with like mineral spirits and remove it after. What's up, Jake? Welcome to stream. I hope you're doing well. You probably had me for like... Damn, am I actually going to go until like 4 hours? Or am I going to push a little bit more? No, I should go to bed early. I was up at 1 o'clock last night. I should be responsible, especially where I have work tomorrow. Goddamn job and needing money to pay for my expensive plastic crack. Once we hit the like 4 hour mark on here, that's when I plan on doing it. So we got another like 20 or so minutes. Ha! You are not that whatsoever. I can't just assume. Because I don't know you personally. But for how you are in chat. I try to stream 3 days a week. It might not be possible because of the holiday season. But I will try to start posting my stream schedules and all that, depending how things go. But I usually try to do 3 days a week for at least 3 hours. So I usually start around 7 Eastern Standard Time. Because I am on the East Coast and all that. And so yeah, I go into from 7 to 10, where I usually am from. I planned on doing a stream Tuesday, but I realized I have a Christmas event that day. So I'm probably going to do a stream Christmas Eve, because I don't have anything planned for Christmas Eve in particular. And then we'll see how this weekend goes. Because of my job and depending on how often I get snow, it can affect streaming. In a perfect world, I would quit the job and be here full time, but you know, this doesn't pay the bills, and I'm not here for it to pay the bills. I'm here to have fun and enjoy myself. But yeah, to go back to, around to my initial thing, 3 days a week for at least 3 hours. Sometimes if I really feel for it, I will go for longer like I did with this stream. I just happened to be home and I was like, yeah, screw it. I'll start early. Because I'm realizing a lot of people that join my streams are from like Europe and all that, and I think it's because I post Warhammer content. I get a lot of people there, which for me is strange because I thought, oh, I'm in the US, I'll get US people, but no, No, I don't. But you know what? I've really enjoyed having people from all over the world come and join these streams, because I love traveling. I love learning about new places. And I've learned about so many different countries, like, by just talking to you guys here. And definitely have gotten me excited. Yeah, no worries, Clownfish. If you can be here, you can be here. Every single stream I have does get uploaded as a video, so people can watch it later whenever they have a chance if they can't make it. We all get busy. We all live in different places. I don't hold people at all to, like, trying to be here or not. I just want to, like, state that as a fact. I will say I want to visit Europe again really badly. I've been to Ireland twice and France once. I would love to go to France again. But I think the next time I go over to Europe, I'm going to head over to Austria and chill with a buddy that lives there for like maybe a week or so, maybe longer, depending on how things go, and have fun. Well, I'm glad I could do that, Ildar. I do want to visit Asia. Asia's on my bucket list as well. And how's it going, Docs? I had to think for a second what spirit you're talking about. Are you painting up some dwarves? Is that what the fossil... Wait a minute. Hold on. Are you doing lizardmen? I gotta look this up real quick. I'm doing a little side quest. No, it's the Cities of Sigmar. I thought it was like Fossil Patrol. I'm like, what? No, it's the snooty humans. I'd like to check out Asia. I'd like to go to Japan. I know, like, a white boy wants to go to Japan, but, like, it's a cool country. I will say, I think it's a part of Asia, or it's in the area. I want to go to New Zealand. New Zealand's also on my bucket list of countries I want to go check out. I know it's a part of this specific, I can't pronounce it, Pacific Ocean. I'm like calling it Spud. Spudcific. But if I go to New Zealand, I'm going to see where they filmed Lord of the Rings and Walking with Dinosaurs. I want to see where they filmed that so bad. That was my childhood when I was a kid, was watching that set of films and stuff for me. Pacific. Sometimes I can say it, and sometimes I just can't. Pacific. I will say for this year, I have some trips kind of planned. I think, or not this year, next year, I should say. I do have trips planned. I got a wedding in Massachusetts that I'm going to in January. I got a wedding in North Carolina in April, which I'm looking forward to that one. I love North Carolina. It's a beautiful state. And then I'm going to try and go to New Vegas for a Magic the Gathering event happening there. But that's the last one, and that really depends on money. I said this before, that one really depends on money. But there's definitely other places that I want to go check out and do. I just want to have fun. I'm still, like, young, relatively young, and just want to do cool things. We do have a lot of really cool national parks. I'm going to ask you, Clownfish, what part of the U.S. are you interested in visiting the most? Because I've been to a few states. I haven't been to a lot of them, but just to, like, I guess help narrow down on what you... where you want to check out and what you want to do. Because I can always recommend my home coast, the East Coast, is a nice one to visit, especially if you come here in the fall and you like watching the leaves change color. I've not been there. That's on my bucket list too. Oh. North, Pacific, East. Or Pacific East. I've not been there. It looks beautiful. I definitely say, for me on my bucket list, I want to see Washington State. Just because I want to see, like, the rainforest we have out there. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, then... I haven't been there, and this is just a personal gripe I have. I would stay out of California or LA, but the only part of California that I want to check out is the redwoods for their massive trees, like the giant redwood forest, which is where the movie Jurassic Park and stuff was filmed. Or not Jurassic Park. Yeah, Jurassic Park Lost World. That's on my personal list of places, but yeah. Ildar said he visited Mount Ararat and Ural Mountains this year, and he wants to check out the Appalachian Mountain next year. Oh! The Appalachians are really nice. I haven't seen much of the lower East Coast ones, but if you're traveling from the south and going north, my state is the final one you have to go to when hiking the Appalachian Trail. I don't know how those other ones are, but if you like hiking, I will say our mountains are smaller, but they're a lot more rocky to hike up. We got a lot of, like, I think they're called scrambles or something like that. It's just a lot of rocks and boulders that you gotta climb over to, like, get on top. And I think we got one mountain that's literally just a knife edge. I think is it Katahdin? I think Katahdin's the last one for the Appalachian Trail that you can hike. And that one's got, like, a knife's edge to get to the top. But for national parks, I can always also recommend one that's close by to me, which is the Mount Washington National Forest. That is a beautiful national park to check out. I always will recommend that one. But that's just because I'm biased. I grew up there. Alaska is also my bucket list. I actually visited East Coast Canada this year, and it was beautiful. We went this fall when there's no trees. It's a beautiful country. I'm sure the West Coast is probably where you want to go check out. If you plan out right, you could check out the northwest of the U.S., travel up to Canada, and then go up to Alaska. It'd probably be expensive to fly out of Alaska to get back home, but you could do it that way if you planned your trip right. Do that with a couple friends or some family members that you're okay with traveling with, and just go have fun. Yeah, that's a big one. School is a thing that does get in. I shouldn't say it gets in the way. I was about to say it was, but it doesn't. But hey, if you think about it now and talk with a couple friends and plan it out now while you're still young, like go do a road trip with some friends. That's what I did this fall with two of my friends in my vehicle, and we had a blast. We had so much fun just road tripping around Canada. We did it within 5 days. Is where we traveled East Coast wise. It was like 4 or 5 days, pretty much. But yeah, I don't know if I helped at all. I do appreciate the topic because I got to yap about some cool places I've been to and hear about some of the things that you want to do. And I still want to hear more. That's not me just trying to like change it. I want to hear more of like what you guys have going on and all that stuff. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Norway looks like a beautiful country. It can be an idea, and then, you know, as you guys get older, you can plan it. If possible, you could do it as like a summer break thing. Okay, we got that. Okay. I got all those done. I'm probably going to close up here because we're hitting that 4-hour mark, and now I got to get some sleep. So, I'll wait to go to the end song in a moment, but I first want to say, if you're new here, feel free to leave a like and subscribe. And if you want to be a part of the community and share your hobby, whatever cool thing you're doing, I have a Discord. It's in my channel description. It's completely free. and just come share out. It's supposed to be a place that you just share your hobby. I want to see your hobby. I want to see the cool thing you do. All that. Also, if people want to donate to the channel, see better equipment or stuff to hire an editor for videos, stuff like that, I have a Ko-Fi for that. That's also in channel description. But with that all being said, you don't have to do that. Just having you here, hanging out, chatting, watching the video, that's more than enough. That is more than enough. That's all what I'm really here for. It's just to be a place to hang out and vibe. So, with that all being said, I want you to go out there and make something awesome. I know you will.